fighting for a place in the all-esteemed final at the Aero Club here in Cordoba. Conditions, well, looking a little better than they were earlier on this week, that's for sure. A few peaks of sun creeping through the clouds, expected later on in the day. Not so much this morning, though. Roberto Lázaro will be guiding us through this one. And representing Spain, we have Lorena Solar. Her opponent, Tyra Grant of the United States, who has had, well, a pretty spotless record so far, not only in this event, but also in her season as a whole. And the Spanish, well, they're the number 6 seeds in this event, captained by Emilio Viuda, former player himself, reached top 600 in singles and top 250 in the doubles. They've yet to win this event. Their highest place finish was 3rd, and that was in 1989 and 1993. And their opponents, the United States, well, it's a bit of a different story for them because they have topped the podium on a number of occasions at this event. They've claimed a record extending 7th Billie Jean King Jr.'s title at last year's finals in Antalya. Of course, they'll have their eyes on defending their crown again. And they're on a quest to win an 8th junior title to extend their lead at the top of the all-time list of champions. And let's talk a little bit about the players on court today. For Spain, we have Lorena Solar, 16 years old, currently ranked 294 in the world, 36 wins and 11 losses on the year. Her opponent, Tyra Grant, well, she's yet to lose a match at this event, 15 years old, ranked 21 in the world, currently sitting at a career high. And for her, 39 wins and only the 12 losses this season, 4 of which have been on a clay court. And the captain of America's team, Tom Gutteridge. He's a coach originally hailing from the United Kingdom, and he's been a familiar face on the WTA Tour as well. He's former coach to Cici Bellis, Christina McHale. And now he works for the United States Tennis Association. And of course the format, well, all of these teams have played a round-robin format in the first 3 days of this event. 16 teams split into 4 groups, and the top 2 finishers in each group progress through to the quarter-final stages, which they competed for yesterday. And Spain defeating Australia 2-0, and they didn't play the final rubber, which is a decision that if the rubber is dead, the tie is dead rather, it's up to the captain's discretion to decide whether or not they want to play out the dead rubber. And Americans defeated Brazil in their quarter-final match in the top half of the draw. In the other semi-final, we have Great Britain, and they're facing the number 1 seeds, Czechia. Great Britain, the only other country alongside the United States to have not lost a single rubber in their journey onto the semi-finals. So a couple of very strong-looking teams. The USA, year and year again, have such strength in depth. 16 players from the United States inside the top 100 junior rankings. That's Eva Jovic, a #1 player. She'll be taking to the court a little bit later. 15 years old, currently ranked 14 in the world, and already climbed her way up to 647 in the ITF rankings. Been as high as world #8 has Jovic. And won all 4 matches comfortably in this event. So let's see if Spain can put forth more of a fight than the previous nations that have lay in wait for the United States. Impressively, they haven't lost a single rubber, so that's a record that I'm sure they'll want to continue today as they face Spain in the semi-final stage here in Cordoba. And of course, they'll be looking to add to the collection of trophies which they've accumulated over the years. And this one, should they make it all the way to the final and top that podium, will be their 8th. This man is leading the way for the United States. A very experienced coach on the WTA tour. Well, not surprising that Grant has elected to serve. It's a real strength of hers, the power that she's able to generate off that first serve, even on the clay courts here in Cordoba. Only the 4 matches lost for Tyra Grant on a clay court so far this season. Another impressive stat. Best result for her was winning a J300 event in Italy back in May.
So good, Tyra.
So she's someone who's very familiar with the clay, not a surface that she'll have necessarily grown up training on. And she won the Roland Garros doubles title alongside Clervy Gunaway, who is a name you'll remember if you tuned into this broadcast last year, because she was a leading figure in the USA victory. Well, it's a good start for Tyra Grant. And didn't expect anything less of the American #2. And these girls, I'm sure, will have last year in the back of their minds. Eva Jovic, who you can see on the left there behind Tom Gutteridge, was part of the team. Just 14 years old at the time, but their 2022 win wrestled the title back from Czechia, the 2021 holders of the trophy. And when they won that event in 2021, their team of Brenda Fravitova, Sara Bayek and Nikola Bartunkova, despite all being still aged 16 or under in that year, they then went on to achieve lofty rankings inside of the WTA's top 300 that very same year. So just goes to show the level that is on display. Well, that'll do nicely for Grant. She's hitting the sweet spot And she's had a lot of practice. Defeated Masa Jankovic of Serbia in straight sets on the opening day of this event. Wasn't nominated in the singles lineup for the second round robin match. Or the third, in fact, but yesterday lost only 2 games to the Brazilian number 2. So Coach Tom Guthridge, I'm sure, has a lot of confidence in Grant. Well, the first point of the match for Spain. They are on the board. She's come out here today with a very clear mindset, has Grant, and that's to be aggressive, to dominate the middle, to use her forehand to her advantage. And if she can continue playing like this, then it might just be a pretty nifty match for the United States. And the power and precision of Grant proving just too much for her opponent. Already a break of serve in the first Spanish service game of the match. And the winner counts accumulating for the United States. It's such an offensive position. Rarely do you see Grant retreating behind that baseline. Seen some other deep runs in the ITF Juniors, has Grant. A couple of J300 events in Costa Rica, Ecuador and San Diego. And around on the grass at Wimbledon as well. And that'll do. Well, the crowd, understandably so, are Team Spain. And this Andalusia region is home to not just this event, but many others on the ITF circuit. The Davis Cup Juniors by Gainsbridge was played in this very venue rather. Split across 2 venues, in fact. Outdoor clay courts across the open arena and the Real Aero Club de Cordoba. 7 clay courts. And Andalusia is also home to the latter stages of other major ITF events, including the Billie Jean King Cup Senior event, which is taking place in Seville, and of course the Davis Cup Finals, which will happen in Malaga later on in November. But it's been a pretty solid start for Tyra Grant. 3 games played and 3 games to the United States. Number 6 seeds in this event are Spain. Their team consisting of Charo Esquiva, Nayus Torner, and of course Lorena Salah. Their captain Emilio Vuda, former player himself, reached top 250 in doubles. And appeared in the finals on 15 occasions, have the Spanish. The last time they played this event was last year, in fact, 2022. Came 3rd in their group, losing to Argentina and Czechia 2-1 before beating Egypt 3-love. Well, Salah at the moment just dropping it a touch too short. And anything in the hitting zone of Tyra Grant, well, it's going to get absolutely demolished. That's a smart serve, just opted to take a touch of pace, added some topspin. The 7 clay courts that they have at the Real Aero Club are pretty lively. And Spain are on the board. Well, that's what they would have wanted, perhaps a few games earlier.
Keep working. Right now.
Great serve, Tyra. Great serve.
Qualified as the winner of Group C did Spain, alongside Japan, who were the runners-up in the same group. Well, she'll take a look. From where I'm sat, it did look like it just missed the edge of the baseline, but the beauty of these clay courts is there is a mark. So Lasparo can get down from the chair, accept or reject the mark. And in this case, it was an acceptance.
Nice, great job. Come on. Right here, Tyra.
Doing a lot of damage is Grant off that first serve, the first shot of the point, in fact. Getting control of the point from the serve and the return.
Great serve.
Great serve, Tyra.
And at the moment, she's just slightly outpowering her opponent. We'll take it, says Tom Gutteridge. Well, they haven't lost a single rubber so far in this tournament, have the United States, and the first 5 games of this match would suggest that they're not about to lose another one. And momentum very firmly in favour of Tyra Grant.
Right here, Tyra. Come on.
And the doubles nominations today. Tyra Grant will appear alongside Alanis Hamilton for the United States if it should come down to a deciding doubles rubber. And for Spain, it's Nayus Torner and Charo Esquiva. Of course, up to the captains to decide whether or not they'll play out this match if it's already been won in the first 2 singles. An excellent touch from Grant. And Solar definitely doesn't have the experience of her opponent. She's ranked quite significantly lower at 294 in the world. Won a J60 in Portugal in July. And best result was making the quarterfinals of a J200 in Benicarlo in March. Well, the error's starting to creep in now for Grant. And that's how Salah will win the majority of her points. She's not a player who has that many weapons to hit a lot of winners and hit through someone like Grant. But she might just be able to out-rally her if she's able to get into this match. And they like that one, the Spanish. Fans, and she will bring a lot of resilience to the court. She spent a lot of time playing tournaments in Spain and Portugal. Hasn't done too much traveling, but what that means is she's very familiar with the red clay courts. And she has a game that is well suited to the clay. Got herself into such a strong position. Had the point at her fingertips. Well, an opportunity now for Salah to break back. And he just wants repetition. She's doing exactly what's been asked of her. She might not be as highly ranked as her opponent, but she's certainly got more experience on the clay, has the Spaniard.
Great serve. Come on. Come on.
That'll do nicely. And that will serve as a bit of a shock for Tyra Grant, who took the early lead in this match, 4-1. But it seems as if the Spaniard has changed up her tactics just a little bit. She's making more balls. She's learning to cope with the pace of her opponent. And in the last couple of games, that's when we've seen the unforced errors creep in. So back on serve now, here in Cordoba, 4-3.
Right here.
Right here.
And the beauty of this event, of course, is that it's a team event, which is so rare in tennis. Usually you're out there representing yourself. You don't have anyone supporting you except your coach. And this is great practice for the professional level Billie Jean King Cup, which is taking place in Seville.
Right now. Come on. Lock in.
And undoubtedly, many of the players featuring this event this year will make big contributions to their nations in the senior level tournament later on in their career. And she's really starting to feel it now, is Salah.
Right back.
Just feels as if Grant has taken her foot off the gas slightly. Of course, accompanied with the comfort of having your teammates supporting you is the pressure of representing your nation. And this will be a different pressure. Not really a pressure that these youngsters, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, will be particularly used to. And you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for other people as well. And could that pressure be the reason behind the accumulation of Grant's unforced errors? A perfectly constructed point. And that's much more dominant striking. She needs to strike that nice balance, does Grant. She's got to be aggressive, but it needs to be to big margins. She knows she's going to have to play a lot of balls today. Her opponent is very familiar with the clay. She'll have grown up on the surface. And she's a consistent player who's going to make her fight for every single point.
Nice ball. Come on. Good job, Tyra. Come on. Way to get physical. Come on. Way to work. Way to work.
Impressive depth. Three opportunities created by Spain, 3 of them squandered.
Come on. Legs.
Well, this is turning into quite the match.
Right back. Come on, be ready for the kicker. Go, Tyra. Come on, come on. Good job. Good job. Come on. Come on, fight here.
And Salah, understandably, just feeling like she needs to go for a little bit more, because anything central and into the hitting zone of Grant is going to get completely dominated. That's the type of player she is, very aggressive.
Great job. Great job.
Brave tennis.
Excellent. Come on.
And Gutteridge likes that one.
Great job, Tyra. Come on. Keep working here. Come on.
Yeah, go Tyra.
A big, big game for the United States. And it was a game that was in the hands of Lorena Salat. She had a 40-love lead.
Service mentality.
And now an opportunity for Grant to serve out this first set.
Nice. Good
Yeah,
job.
so good, Tyra.
Good job, Tyra. Cero. Sin love.
Good defense.
Good point.
Tyra.
Great point. Right back.
Oh, she's
Come on.
being encouraged by Gutteridge because he knows she's doing the right things. But her opponent consistently is going to make her play that one extra ball. And the defense of Salah is absolutely brilliant. And that one gets a big round of applause from the Spanish crowd.
Take your time.
There are questions being asked of her, but she is answering every single one of them at the moment.
Go Tyra.
Keep working. Come on.
Go Tyra. Come on.
Take your time. Come on. Hang in there. One at a time.
Pure brilliance. Point by point for Lorena Salah. And as is so often the case, 2 breaks of serve in very quick succession, and she had absolutely no right to make this shot. She was miles off the court, and that just speaks of the talent that this girl is bringing to court number 8. And boy oh boy, things are getting exciting here. These two countries, Spain and the United States, fighting for a place in the finals, in which either Great Britain or number 1 seeds Czechia will lie in wait. 5 games to 4.
Go Tyra.
And for those of you just joining us, welcome to the Billie Jean King Cup Juniors by Gainsbridge. Played at the Real Aero Club de Cordoba. Spain against the United States for a place in the finals in what is the largest international team competition of the 16 and under category. And the finals are a culmination of a season-long competition in which they've navigated their way through qualifying events across 5 different regions. And here we are in the finals. Well, she's doing a very good job of getting to the net, is Tyra Grant, but the few times that she has managed to get there, she hasn't been successful in executing the volley. And a slight lack of footwork on that last one. Did a good job of breaking the sideline there, did Salah, getting the ball off the court. And that's when the unforced errors are creeping in from Grant, and when she has to take a couple of steps.
Go, Tyra, right here. Come on.
Well, she's trying to be aggressive. That's the mindset that she went into this match with. It was the strategy that saw her race to a 4-1 lead, but now things are looking a little different for the United States.
Right back. Great return.
Great return, Tyra.
Great return, Tyra.
And back on even grounds. A 5-3 lead for the United States a couple of games ago. And now 5 apiece.
Come on. Come on.
A good serve, but met with an even better return. And perhaps disputable as to how much she intended the drop shot there, but it was good enough. Well, has she found a weakness? Because the unforced errors are coming in thick and fast off that backhand wing. Just feels as if Grant has become slightly tentative on that backhand side. That's much better.
This one, Tyra.
Go, Tyra. Come on. 5-10.
Well, another opportunity now for Tyra Grant to close out this first set. It's a mental game for the young American. And her composure has been fluctuating over the course of the last couple of games. She did have a 5-3 lead, but how will she respond to the level that Lorena Solar is bringing, constantly making her play that one extra ball? And it's the biggest challenge that she's faced so far in this tournament, having eased through her first couple of matches in the round robin stages and in the quarterfinals yesterday. But this girl is showing her something a little bit different. 6 games to 5.
Go, Tyra.
Come on. Get positive here, Tyra. Every point.
And who will win this mental game? Well, it's certainly an advantage to the Spaniard having all of the home support that she does, but this is something that Grant will need to get used to. She'll find herself in situations later on in her career where she's playing against the crowd. But nonetheless, it's not an easy situation to be in. And she's got the pressure of walking out onto the court first. And the expectation of knowing that she's by far the higher ranked player of the two, so really on paper, she's the one who should be winning this match.
Come on. Right back.
Salah will take a look. Well, the tactic from Gutteridge was to take the return early and aim centrally. And that just takes away the angles that her opponent is able to create. Well, it took her a while to start feeling the ball, the Spanish number 2, but she's very well appeared now on this court. And she's bringing her A game, so it will be a tie break to conclude this first set. There haven't been too many of those from Salah.
Legs on the return, Tyra. Get physical.
And she really is starting to find the corners now.
Right back.
That'll do nicely.
But there's still time there, Tyra. Come on.
Corner to corner, big margins for Tyra Grant. Using that forehand, that is such a big advantage for her. There we go.
Come on, keep working.
Stunning point construction from the young American. That's the type of patience that Gutteridge is referring to.
Keep fighting, Tyra. Come on. This one. Let's go.
And it's a mental game now because she has all of the tools in her toolbox, does Tyra Grant.
Step in. Pressure the return. Come on. Legs. Come on.
Well, a couple of unforced errors from Salah. Not a very opportune time in this tiebreak to give USA a 5-1 lead. And on paper, this is a match that is very much in the hands of Tyra Grant. 21 in the world. Her opponent ranked in the 200s. But of course, anything can happen. It's a different pressure. She's representing her nation. And Lorena Salah is a good player. She's making a lot of balls. A player who is familiar with playing on red clay. She did well to get a racket on it, but she couldn't quite do enough with the drop shot. Played right into the hands of Salah, who was in a good position, exactly the right position, in fact, to take this drop volley into the open space, and well watched. Well, she was a touch lucky there. Dropped the ball short a couple of times and got away with it. Well, that one Grant saw straight away. It was overruled by Roberto Lazaro. And still she has a few more opportunities to take this first set. And she's consistently struggled with that shot, has Tyra Grant. The topspin return, particularly on the backhand side. And it's a serve that Salah hits very well. She's consistently targeted. Saw the space and went for it. And what a point to close out that first set. Smiles of relief on the faces of her teammate. And one step closer to following in the footsteps of Valerie Glosman and Clervy Gunaway, who led their team to a podium position at this event last year and added another trophy to their trophy cabinet. Never in doubt for this man. Set is concluded 7-6 in favor of the United States.
I serve. She serves 6-5. And I serve 7 to tiebreak. So she serves?
Está bien, pero bueno. Pero vamos.
And if that point is anything to go by, the very first of the second set, then we're in for a big hustle here on court number 8. And pressure on the return is the parting words of advice from USA's coach Tom Gutteridge. And he'll like that one. Tom's a professional tennis coach, currently working for the USTA Player Development as a women's national coach. And former coach of Alison Risk, Christina McHale and Cece Ballis as well, who, if you're a follower of tennis, you'll know that those are three very big names. And clearly the words of advice that he's giving Tyra Grant at the moment are giving her confidence, because that game, she stepped in with much more of an offensive mindset, and that's what she needs to do against a player who is as consistent as Salah. She's gonna repeatedly make her opponent play every single ball. And so it will be up to Grant to take control of the point, which is something that she did so well in the first 5 games of that first set. Raced to a 4-1 lead, and really it was looking like it was a match that was going to be quite swiftly taken by Grant, but Salah had other ideas. Iva Jovic there, she'll be looking to get warmed up in a few moments' time, I'm sure, although there will be a 15-minute break between the conclusion of this match and the start of her match. She'll face Chara Esquiva. And stunning use of the court here from Salah. Magnificent. Saw the space and went for it. It feels as if Grant is coming into this second set with a little bit more relaxation. And I'm sure banking that first set settles the nerves, doesn't it? It means that she can play with a little more freedom, really be aggressive, which is the way that she likes to play. That's a serve that she hits with impressive repeatability. The T serve and the ad side. And she's turned up the volume now, has Grant. Her teammates can relax a touch. And we talked a little bit about the level of tennis and the caliber of players who have played this event and then gone on to become such household names on the WTA Tour. And splendid touch. Coco Gauff, of course, one of them back in 2018. She appeared in the USA team, and then it was only 2019, a year later, when she had her big breakthrough at Wimbledon and defeated Venus Williams. So for some of these girls, it might not be long until they make that transition. And Iga Swiatek played in 2016. Sofia Kenin 2 years prior to that. Went on to win the US Open. A number of Grand Slam winners have played in this event. And it really is the creme de la creme of junior tennis. The very best that the world has to offer in terms of 16 and under talent. And the ITF does such a good job of staging 18 and under events for the juniors, gives them opportunities to travel the world and really develop their talent ahead of their transition to the WTA Tour. And some of these guys already transitioning. Mira Andreeva, Elina Korneva, two 16-year-olds who could, in theory, play this event. And have already worked their way up inside of the top 200. Mira Andreeva, top 50 now. And 650 tournaments in 140 countries. Well, this will be contested, and she looks like she's walking up to this mark with an air of certainty. But Roberto Lazzaro has different ideas. And it's the mark on the right there which is in question. Lazzaro saying that actually it's touching the line. Of course, umpires call stands, so she'll have to accept that one and move on. Stunning defense. Well, she's on the board now in this second set. And it will just be a case for Grant of, can she keep the level that she's been able to display to get her into the lead? And a match of momentum shifts, as so many of them are, but a lot on the line here in Cordoba, because these girls are playing for a place in the finals of the Billie Jean King Juniors Cup. Well, the net gods don't seem to quite be on her side at the moment.
Come on. Go, come on. Come on. Density right here. Right now. Right now. Come on. Come on. Good. Let's go. Come on. Right here, Tyler.
And that's the type of tennis that saw her race to a 4-1 lead in the first set. The aggressive tennis that she's used to playing.
This one.
And that's why she's ranked 21 in the world currently. And surely,
Come on, attack it.
over the next few years, will climb her way up to even higher. And last year, of course, the Americans were led by Clervy Gunaway, who then climbed her way up to junior world number 1.
Good job. Come on. Let's go.
Oh my goodness! Absolutely stupendous.
Right back.
The talent on show
Good pressure on the return.
on court number 8 at the moment from both sides of the net is absolutely remarkable. And these girls, both of them, surely will go on to do great things.
Very good. Very good.
But for now, of course, their focus is firmly on the match in front of them, and as it should be, because this is one of the most important tournaments of the year for both of these players. Spain having never won the Billie Jean King Cup Junior Trophy.
Like that. Let's go. Let's go.
And the United States on a quest to win it for the 8th time. And in doing so, they would extend their lead at the top of the all-time list of champions.
Come on. Dig in here.
Australia and Czech Republic are on 5 trophies. So Czechia and USA are the only countries in the semi-final stages who have previously won this event. Much, much better. 2 games away now for Tyra Grant. And surely her teammates can relax a bit now, because not only is the scoreline more pleasant, but the tennis that she's bringing to the court is getting better and better. And this guy, Tom Gutteridge, looks a little more relaxed as well. 4-1. Well, a set and 4-1 down for Solar. It needs to be a bit of a different look now. She'll have had an opportunity to chat with her coach and think about how she can change up her tactics a little bit, and that's the beauty of this tournament as well. And her confidence oozing now. And not often you see a second serve ace. But that surely speaks of the confidence that the American number 2 and as this match has progressed, she's grown and grown in confidence. Started it off well, raced to a 4-1 lead, and things then got slightly more tricky for her. Closed out the first set on a tie break, but she's really starting to find her sweet spot now, and if she's able to close out this match in the next game, then well, it will be Iva Jovic who will take to the court, and it will take some pressure off her shoulders, knowing that she's already got a rubber under her belt. Her teammates done her job. Finding the spaces time and time again. 2 points away now from defeating the home nation. And she's had to deal with the crowd being against her, which won't be something that she'll be particularly used to at the ripe young age, I should say, of 15. Well, there wasn't a call. And so a couple of match points now for Tyra Grant. A 15-year-old from the United States. The number 2 player yet to lose a match in this tournament. And she gets it done in straight sets. They've already won 7 of these titles. They're the current trophy holders, and now they are 1 rubber away from reaching the finals here in Cordoba. And what a resilient performance from Tyra Grant. On paper, she was expected to win this match. By far the higher ranked player of the 2, but it's not easy stepping out onto the court and winning a match when you've got all of the pressure on your shoulders. And she did such a good job to get the job done. Coach Tom Gutteridge will surely be happy with that one, as will her teammates. So in 15 minutes time, we'll take a short break, but we'll be returning with action from Iva Jovic, the American number 1, and Charo Esquiva. They'll face each other in the number 1 singles rubber. For now though, it's a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 12:15. Welcome back to the Billie Jean King Cup Junior Finals in Cordoba, the largest international team competition of the 16 and under category. And this match, well, it's being led by the United States, unsurprisingly so, a team who have brought incredible strength and depth to the Rail Air Finals, in which they would face either Great Britain or number 1 seeds Czechia. So one more rubber is all that's needed in order to progress to the last 2.
Loud and clear, okay? About the towel, you are the grey one, the basket, and you are the beige, okay? Any question? Okay? The head and the tail. The head and the tail. The tail. Receive. Put back nice.
Iva Jovic of the United States against Charo Estgiva in the number 1 singles rubber. Iva Jovic, a player who appeared in this event last year when it was won by the United States. Clervy Gunaway and Valerie Glosman, the other 2 players in the team. And they clinched victory for a 7th time this year, a quest for their 8th trophy. So that trophy cabinet might just be getting a whole lot bigger, but still plenty of work to be done. And the format, of course, number 2 singles goes on first, followed by the number 1 singles, and if the match is level at 1 rubber all, then it will be decided by a live doubles rubber. And the nominations for that: Tyra Grant will partner up with Alanis Hamilton, and Nayus Torner of Spain with Charo Esquiva. If the match is already concluded after the singles, then it will be at the captain's discretion as to whether they then go on to play the doubles. And Iva Jovic, 15 years old, currently ranked 14 in the world in juniors and 647 in seniors, so already making headway, as so many of these youngsters are. And her opponent, another player who's really starting to make a name for herself in the juniors and also on the senior tour as well. "34 wins and 11 losses on the year." So confidence is something that this girl is oozing at the moment. Only lost 5 junior matches on the clay this season. It's a surface that she really likes playing on, and she's been highly successful in playing on so far this year. Saw a significant jump in her ranking after she topped the podium at the J500 event in Offenbach, and she did that remarkably all the way from qualifying. That was her 2nd title of the season, following success at the J200 in Valencia back in March, both on the clay. Of course, she does have the home advantage as well. And this event being played in Cordoba, across 2 venues in fact, the Open Arena and the Real Aero Club de Cordoba. to continue what is proving to be a highly memorable November in the region of Andalusia. It hosted the Davis Cup Junior Finals by Gainbridge just a week ago, and Czechia took the title for that one. They defeated Italy in the final. And of course, the elite level Billie Jean King Cup finals taking place just down the road in Seville, while the Davis Cup Final 8 will take place in Malaga from the 21st of November. In fact, the youngsters competing at this junior event will make the trip to Seville as part of a designated juniors day at the professional level Billie Jean King Cup finals.
1 minute.
It's a tournament that many of them, I'm sure, will hope to compete in years to come. And this event really is the creme de la creme of junior talent. It showcases the very best junior players that the world has to offer, hosted by the ITF, which does such a good job of providing opportunities week after week for these youngsters to really develop their talent. And talent is something that both of these girls, Charo Esquiva and Iva Jovic, have in abundance. Many big names have competed in this event and then gone on to become household names on the WTA and ATP tours. Coco Gauff played this event back in 2018, then went on to do great things on the tour just a year later, in fact. That was her breakout year, 2019, when she defeated Venus Williams at Wimbledon. And since then, of course, she now holds the US Open trophy in her trophy cabinet. Iga Swiatek, another Grand Slam champion who's competed in this event, Sofia Kenin, Ashley Barty, Marketa Vondrasova. So many big names. So we can expect a high level of tennis. Tom Gutteridge captains the American team, and he's done a good job of doing that so far because, well, his team have not lost a single rubber. And Esquiva to kick off this match serving.
Up. 15-0. 15 low.
And Esquiva, also 15 years old. She's ranked 17 in the world, just a few ranking spots beneath Jovic, who's the favourite to win this match. Mighty, mighty defense. So 2 titles of the season so far for Charo Esquiva. And won a few rounds in Grand Slams as well. Made it to the round of 16 at the US Open and Roland Garros.
Perfect. Great feet.
Controlled aggression.
Job, Eva.
That's what she'll need in abundance. Oof. Got herself into a good position with the return, did Jovic. Perhaps almost a little surprised that
Right back.
her opponent even got it back into the court, but that's what she can expect. Lots of balls.
Out. Job, Eva.
Job is up.
Job.
Right here.
Great job. Job, Eva.
Job is up.
Come on.
Stay patient.
Aggression from the very first shot from Jovic.
Great pressure, Eva.
Doing a great job of dominating the point from the return.
Good job.
First game,
First game.
USA. The momentum continues, and you can see the focus and the determination on this young girl's face. And it's been a successful run of matches for Jovic so far in this event. Won all of the matches she's played pretty comfortably. Defeated Nelly Wahlberg of Sweden 6-2, 6-love. Anastasia Svetkovic, the Serbian #1, losing only 2 games in that encounter. 7 games was all it took to get past Maria Badashi of Algeria.
Right here, Eva.
And yesterday's quarterfinal was a 6-4, 6-1 victory against Brazil. So she's been a star performer, and unsurprisingly so is Tom Gutteridge's #1 pick for the USA team. And she has lots of experience playing this event, does Jovic, because she appeared in the 2022 winning USA team alongside Valerie Glosman and Clevie Gunaway. They were in ruthless form in the title-winning match. Defeated Lucy Urbanova and Teresa Valentova in straight sets. That was to claim their first tournament title since 2019 and add a 7th title to their collection. And although Jovic didn't feature in the singles lineup on finals day, she did play in the singles in the round-robin matches. She'll be used to the different pressure that this sort of event brings to players representing nations, playing for other people. Not something that many of these girls will have done on too many occasions throughout their young careers. And she's come into this with a very clear mindset, has Jovic. She knows she needs to be aggressive and get inside of that service line as much as she possibly can. A solid performance so far. First couple of games, and Jovic is bringing a very high level to court number 8. Her opponent being the more inconsistent player of the two. And again, moving forwards. Oozing confidence at the moment is Jovic. Well, a second break of serve. And a 3-love lead for the United States. Momentum, energy and confidence are 3 things that Iva Jovic is bringing to the match court today. And she surely looks like she's a woman on a mission. 3 games to love. "17 wins and 4 losses on the year for Jovic. Hasn't played a huge amount of matches, and she hasn't played a junior clay court tournament this year, in fact. Didn't play from March to September. made the final of a J300 back in March, and it was there she lost to former teammate Clevie Gunaway in the final, and then didn't play another junior match until she lost her first round encounter at the US Open Juniors. So easing herself back into it.
Great ball.
Dominant striking.
Working either.
And she needs to take those sorts of risks, does Seskiva.
Right back. Come on. Right back. Beautiful. Great job.
A lovely angle to open up the court.
Great job, Eva.
And there's a nice amount of variety in the game of Jovic. It's not just power, power, power. She can change up play, add in the shorter angle, the drop shot. And she's been pretty successful on the doubles court as well.
Good job. Way to hustle, huh? Come on. Great job. Stay at it. Come on. Keep working.
Well, this man won't have too many negative things to say about the performance of his players so far in this match. Comes into this match with a lot of confidence, does Jovic. Recently she won her first women's title. That was at a 25K event in California. Defeated fellow junior player Sayaka Ishii in the final. And Ishii, a player who appeared at the Junior World Tour Finals in Chengdu. An event which was won by Alina Korneva. Who now finishes the year as our junior world #1. And already she's making inroads on the WTA Tour as well. Ranked about 165 in the world. And soon enough, we'll be seeing these players, I'm sure, climb their way up the rankings.
Come on, right here.
15-30.
Right back.
And everything she touches turns to gold.
Come on.
That's been the story of the match so far for a player who's really come out of the blocks firing on all cylinders.
Right back.
And at the moment, absolutely nothing that Charo Esquiva can do. A total American domination
Come on. Keep working.
in the first 5 games.
And again. Right back. Stop. Stop. That pressure. Come on.
And Esquiva knows she needs to take those risks, change direction, dominate the middle, because if she doesn't, she's the one who's going to be dominated.
Eva. Good job. Come on, come on.
A desperate play, it would seem.
Ball.
Haven't seen too many of those from Jovic.
Keep accelerating that. Finish it.
Eva?
Yeah, good ball. Nice leg. Good job. Great depth, Eva. Good job. Great work. Come on.
And the third break of serve in this match goes to the United States. That one was much more contested than the previous few. But still, whatever questions are being asked of this young lady, she seems to have an answer. 5 games to love.
Love 15.
Back, Eva.
Eva?
Great serve.
Okay, what is?
A perfectly placed second serve.
15 all.
We got. Great ball, Eva.
Already a couple of bagel sets
30, 15.
have gone in the way of Jovic so far in this tournament. 2 to be precise. And looking increasingly likely it could be a third. That's the type of tennis, the type of returning that she needs to repeat time and time again.
Great job.
It's consistent pressure from Jovic, and you sense a level of despair from Esquiva at the moment. She doesn't quite know what she can do. Now that will work.
Ventaja España.
Go back.
Ball. Ball.
Well, Spain are on the board. It took 6 attempts. And that will be met with a roar from the Spanish crowd. And hopefully it will give her a bit of confidence, a bit of energy.
Great return.
0-15. Low 15.
Great return, Eva. Job. Job.
0-10. Low 30. Out. 10-10. 15-30.
Go back.
Ball.
Incredible hands. So good on the run is Esquiva.
31.
So comfortable moving on the clay. A surface that she'll have grown up on. And absolutely incredible defense. Well, she's trying something different now. Is the Spanish number 2. She needed to change up her tactics. And she's now added the drop shot and the slice to her repertoire.
Right back to that.
40-30. Ball.
Sensing a bit more energy now from Charo Esquiva. One break back and 2 more to go. Momentum still very much in favor of Iva Jovic. Well, the last game, slight change up of tactics from Spain. 5 games to 2. Absolutely incredible defense. She made her play one more shot, asking the questions.
Go.
Such a talented player, both of them on court today, in fact. Starting to feel that forehand a touch more is Esquiva.
15-all.
Right back. Huge serve, Eva. Great job.
Second ace of the match. The first was a second serve ace, of course. Not often you see those.
Great serving, Eva. Great serving.
And if ever there was a time to come up with 2 aces in a row, it's when you're attempting to close out the first set.
Great hold. Well done.
And a nice refocus from the 15-year-old American to close out the first set. Having led by 5 games to love. And then suffering a couple of games in a row. But a comfortable first set victory for Iva Jovic, and that will add to the 8 sets that she's already won in this tournament so far. And she's a player who is absolutely oozing confidence, and it's manifesting in her game style today. Just a set away now, the United States, from the finals of the Billie Jean King Cup Juniors by Gainbridge. And it's been a dominant performance so far from this young lady, who's bringing her aggression to the courts at the Real Aero Club de Cordoba. And looking mighty focused. The great thing, of course, about these team events is that you benefit from the advice and the support from your coach. And she'll be pleased to have Tom Gutteridge on her team. He's a former WTA coach. He's been courtside for many of the big names, big matches. Previously, he's coached Christina McHale, Cici Bellis, Alison Risk, another player that he's seen rise through the rankings. Clip the line, that one, and that's how good it needs to be to get past Jovic. And she's clinical off the return. She's a player who really wants to be on the front foot, and she tries to get there in the very first shot of the rally.
Job, Eva. Good pressure. Come on. Great pressure.
30-40.
Done.
Well, the lead continues, and the United States edging ever closer to the final, in which they'll face either Czechia or Great Britain, who are battling it out on court number 4. Alina Kovačkova took the number 2 rubber, 6-4, 6-4 against 14-year-old Hannah Klugman of Great Britain. And only a few games in the second match, Mimi Zhu leads by 2-1 against Laura Samsonova.
Right here, Eva.
Czechia and the United States, the only two nations appearing in the semi-finals who have previously won this event. In fact, Australia another one, but they lost in the quarter-finals yesterday against the Spanish.
Low 15.
Good move.
Ball. Out.
And a strange shot selection.
0-3. Low 30.
Spanish, the winners of Group C, alongside Japan, who also qualified from that group. They were the runners-up. The format, of course, all of these nations will have played 3 round-robin matches in the first 3 days of this event. Brilliant striking, corner to corner, and she does it with ease.
50-30.
Work, Eva. Great serve. Great serve.
Enjoy 30-all.
Enjoyed a day off on Thursday. Did all of these players. And if they didn't qualify for the quarterfinals, then there would be no more matches. But if they did, and then they lost in the quarterfinals, they'll still play out for the 5th to 8th playoff. So plenty of other matches happening today, not just the semi-finals.
Back, Eva.
30-40. Ball.
One apiece. And she lets out an absolute roar to signify how much this means to her.
Juego, you got it. 1 game all.
Right back, Eva.
A roar that is applauded by the Spanish crowd. And if she can get into this second set, then it could just be interesting, because don't forget, Jovic is facing a crowd that is against her. It's this home Spanish crowd.
Job, Eva.
Low 15.
Go, come on.
Lovely disguise, just held off for a couple of milliseconds to ensure that Jovic couldn't anticipate the placement of the ball. Found the space nicely. Pushed Jovic back behind the baseline. And it exposed the front section of the court. Again, nice disguise. And she's so quick up to the ball is Jovic. As soon as she gets a slightly shorter, weaker ball, she's looking to be aggressive and take control of the point. And into the lead she goes once again in this second set. And she's a player who is bringing a whole lot of energy and focus to the court. A really level-headed player. And it's working in her favor at the moment because, well, this set has been a little more contested than the first, but only 3 games in. And she's playing the bigger points very well as Jovic. Setting 2-1 up. Edging ever more close to the trophy that they came to Cordoba to win. Well, Esquiva will have a look at the mark. No call from the umpire and no question from Esquiva.
Stop, this one. Big serve. Great job.
A nice injection of pace on that first serve.
40-15.
Right back.
40-30.
Come on.
40-30.
Over.
Love the lane. Great lane.
And the Eva Jovic domination continues. Shot after shot, finding the spots within inches of the baseline. And she's applying consistent pressure, forcing the error.
Great return, Eva. Love the pressure.
30-15. No, 15.
Come on, right here.
Ball. Ball. 30. No, 30.
Go, Eva.
Ball. Second. 50-30. Ball.
There we go. And she knows she needs to take a few risks now.
Right back.
70-all.
We go.
Out.
And she hits to such a good depth, does Jovic. And it exposes the front section of the court,
Come on, right now.
which she's using nicely with the drop shot. Whatever you can do, I can do better.
Ventaja de España.
Flavor?
Sigan. Fault.
And she's still in this second set, clinging on by the skin of her teeth, continuing to fight for every single point. And she's being supported by a home crowd. 3 games to 2. And the drop shot wasn't quite good enough. Had a touch too much elevation. And Jovic did well to get a racket on that one. big, big striking. And she's really imposing her aggressive ground strokes. Two games away now for Jovic and the United States. And it's looking ever more likely that if they are to progress to the finals, it's Czechia who they'll face, with Samsonova just having won the first set against Mimi Zhu over on court number 4. And she's missed it. Went for a little too much, didn't need to be quite so close to the line. Very courageous. Constantly looking to get in front of that service line. Finish the point off at the net. And she turned that point around. Transitioned nicely from defense to offense. And there are snippets of magic, aren't there, from Esquiva, but it's just the consistency and the repeatability where Jovic is superior in that regard. Sealed with a dry volley. And her teammates like that one. Jumping for joy now is Eva Jovic. A consummate couple of games. Extending the lead from 3-2 to 5-2. More of the same thing, I think, is what Coach Tom Gutteridge will be telling his player. And Emilio Vuda, well, his player needs to change up her tactics a little bit.
Like it.
Well, it looks like the tactic change-up was the addition of a bit of variety for Esquiva, but it wasn't to be on that occasion. The drop shot with a touch too much elevation, and Jovic was able to get up to it with time. Never easy to close out a match, but much easier when you've got serves like that in your back locker. And that'll be enough to set up the first match point. And into the final they go. A display of mastery from this young girl, Iva Jovic. And a warm embrace with her teammates, because it hasn't just been her, it's been a team effort, with Tyra Grant winning the first match, Tom Gutteridge, the captain, and Alanis Hamilton, who is scheduled to play the doubles later today, but it will be up to the two captains to decide whether or not that goes ahead, because, well, the result is final. And this talented young team are into the last two of the Billie Jean King Cup Juniors in Cordoba.
For me, it will be not to play, but it will be nice that the first play will take a while to yeah, perfect. Okay, we do like this. What time? 3:30, something we try this for 1 hour more or less.
I like that. Great idea.
1 hour?
Perfect. Thank you. Short.
No, we don't play.
We don't play.
So,
It's okay for you
you're
like this, huh?
practicing?
Thank you. Congratulations. You did it so well.
Do we know how that's doing? Yeah, check it one.
Well, unsure at this point whether or not the doubles will go ahead, but we will have confirmation shortly. There was word of a 3:30 p.m. start.
Do a little scout over there.
And we'll update you on that in due course. But what a performance from this young girl, 15 years of age. Pressure from the very first point.
Well done.
Dominance of the serve and the return. Never in doubt. Into the finals they go.
Why is short set an option?
I've been
like, I'm confused.
guiding you through this one.
Yeah, no, but why is it an option? Like,
we were and if the doubles is going to be played, then we'll be back
if this a
at
what?
3:30.
If it's not a decided.
Now though, it's goodbye from me.
Right.
Let's see what goes on over there first.
Can you keep those, Sierra? Yeah.
Can you take that?
Yeah. Thank you. That was like the most I've come to a man.
I was going to say it's the most committed I've seen you come before.
No, you know what? I'm gonna keep it for the meeting tonight. That's fine. I don't need to take pride now.
Take pride.
Pride or anything. I can't.
Oh my god.
I can't.
You don't want more water?
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
I think you meant 2:30. Let me check with him.
The gifts are the...
Well, it's been decided. The decision has been made not to play the doubles. So there'll be no more tennis on court number 8. And that'll be it for today. And these girls, the young American team, will play in the finals tomorrow against either Great Britain or Czechia, who are battling it out on court number 4. Thank you so much for joining us here in Cordoba for the Billie Jean King Cup Junior Finals by Gamebridge. More action tomorrow, of course, starting at 10:30 a.m. for the finals to see who walks away with the Billie Jean King Cup Junior Trophy. Will it be the Americans for the 8th time, or will it be Czechia or Great Britain? Well, you'll have to join our coverage from 10:30 a.m. to find out. We'll see you then.
Come on.